Alright, let's get to it. These cubes aren't going to spew themselves. Mao, thank you for the 2nd month. Appreciate that. Welcome back. And Uza, thank you for the brand new Prime. Good morning, good morning. My greatest nemesis, chat, the dream dimension. Easy Invisible Woman into the Avengers compound. I'm gonna chill for now. I think our hand's okay. Mickey, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Thankfully, this archetype doesn't really care about Invisible Woman getting filled up. She only needs 2 slots in the Invisible Woman. So we're hoping to draw a M.O.D.O.K this turn and then Hela next turn.
Clear for takeoff.
It's a Magneto, so probably dead. I guess there's a world where Captain Marvel and Magneto win. Sure, they don't have that many. Probably don't have that many big plays. Yeah, there's a world where this Magneto wins the game. I want to believe I'm living in that world. Morning, Wombat Combat. Mickey, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Like, they kind of did annoying stuff, but we were just like, a ramp deck this game, right? It's like, not a big deal. Okay, yeah. I believe Captain Marvel works with Dream Dimension. I guess we'll find out. Oh, we don't even need it, right? We win regardless. Yeah, we don't need her to jump to win. I think she moves afterwards, but I'm actually not sure on that one. Anyone know? Pretty sure she does. I think I'm gonna wave into Hulk here. I guess I could also, if we don't draw Hela, we could just wave into M.O.D.O.K. And then if we win Asgard with wave into M.O.D.O.K, we're likely to draw into Hela. That's probably the line, actually. Haha! The wave made all their card costs equal, so Lady Sif discarded their Dracula instead of likely their Apocalypse. Got him. Yeah, I think I'm actually just gonna YOLO. YOLO this year. We have what? It's turn 4, so we have 2 draws at a minimum at Hela. And if we happen to win Asgard here, we have a guarantee basically. Otter Disappointment. Such a great username. Thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Wow, this is so good for us. Well, they discarded their Moon Knight. There's really not any reason to save cards in our hand, right? Are we supposed to pass? What did we discarded 5 cards. We discarded Black Cat, Captain Marvel, Hulk, Magneto, Giganto. Is there a reason not to play one of these? Or both of them? I guess maybe I don't want to fill in 2 slots over here. I feel like I can fill in at least 1 slot over here. Why are we skipping? What's the upside to skipping? Like I'm only filling in 5 things, chat. So I definitely don't want to play both because of board space. But I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces. There's no reason not to get 2 more points of power on the board, right? Why would I want to lose priority? Worried about Shang-Chi? Yeah, opponent's leaving.
Victory.
Nick Fury is gassed. Yeah, we'll see if he does anything or if he's just bad before we're done today. All right, well, we got to draw Electro. Have your cube. Have your cube. You typically get to see big plays or do most players leave? Most reasonable players leave. So, one thing that seems like I failed to communicate or people made the assumption of in my video talking about the kind of disappointing power level of M.O.D.O.K. wasn't even about M.O.D.O.K. itself so much as I think I agree that M.O.D.O.K.'s probably a good power level. My displeasure is largely with the fact that we still have the same busted things that haven't been balanced, right? Like, M.O.D.O.K. is probably reasonable and fun. It's just like playing into Zabu and Surfer with him is not a good time because it's just like not strong, right? Does M.O.D.O.K. likely have a low cube rate? Yeah, I think that's probably accurate to say that M.O.D.O.K.'s probably pretty low cube rate. Okay. Nice, nice. We're cooking with gas, friends. We're cooking with gas. So the general idea here is we get to put M.O.D.O.K and Hela underneath here, and then vomit our entire hand into play on the last turn. Galactus is a powerful and busted deck, and is a wonderful choice to climb with if you enjoy the tedious and narrow play patterns that it executes. Okay, chat. I believe we're gonna draw Magneto. We're gonna draw. Okay, it's fine. We are going to draw Magneto to pull Cosmo off of the Invisible Woman. We have 2 more draws at 5 cards here. We're gonna put M.O.D.O.K, we're gonna put Hela, and we're gonna get to Magneto this Cosmo. Just gotta keep the faith. It's a real shame they have the Cosmo, because otherwise we would have gotten to Nick Fury with the Hela, which would have been great. Well, if I Fury to make Magneto, chat, I can't, if I Fury to make Magneto, I don't have time to play Hela and Magneto. We could lose this still. They could brood the Monster Isle. We also aren't getting that many big things. Although I guess Jubilee's gonna floop something, right? Did we win anyways? I think we win anyways, right? Okay, good. Got him a house. Got him a house. Give me my 8 cubes. They took away our fun, but we took away their cubes. Fair exchange. Alright, we need to draw Invisible Woman, friends. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. We're gonna be here for a few hours. Electro? Nick Fury. If this hand had Electro in it, it would be the nuts. We would have gotten to go Electro into Fury into M.O.D.O.K Hela. That's the dream, chat. You go Invisible Woman into Electro, into put M.O.D.O.K and Hela under here, and then Nick Fury to get extra 6 drops. I think we're dead to the Cosmo without the ramp. You know what? There's a world where Giganto left and Hulk right just wins the game, right? All right, and we are not living in it. fine. We lost a 1 cube game after winning an 8 cube game. Not a big deal. To everybody asking me why I didn't make plays that weren't legal, please read locations when you're watching a Twitch stream before you try and suggest lines. A wave here, hoping they also play a 3-drop, and then we'll Magneto that 3-drop into the Space Throne. Perfect. Okay, so that steals us this one. And I discarded a black cat, so this Hela is getting us 13 stats, which is great. Lovely. So Marvel, 12 power Marvel into Giganto left. Probably wins the game. Do we Giganto left, or do we Hela in the middle bring back the black cat? Name Mr. Negative, so scary Iron Man stuff is on the table. Honestly, I probably should have snapped them before this Magneto play flipped up. So if I Hela here, I go to 37 potentially. And if they add 18, they add 9 and 9, assume they surfer twice. They add 9 and 9, assume they surfer twice. That's 28. I think Hela is good here. Because we're going to 30, possibly 37. And Captain Marvel can also cover here for 19. So they need to beat 30 here and also need to beat 19 here, right? So even if this is Surfer. Oh God. Okay, well, we're just never beating that in a million years, huh? The old toxic Miss Marvel at the end of it, too. Can we please get a balance patch, for the love of God? Can we please get a balance patch, for the love of God? Mitch Geo, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. At least Exodia Gambit is fun. I mean, I don't know. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't have fun getting beaten by a card that should have been nerfed weeks ago. Maybe that's just me. Number 1 Jax, thanks for the 2 months. And Cantrion, thank you for the brand new Prime. I'm gonna go for the high roll play for content here. Let's Nick Fury grab some 6 drops.
Will they dig up this time?
That's actually super funny. And then we'll M.O.D.O.K. And then we're 1 in 5 to draw Hela next turn. And we can also draw Jubilee to redraw into Hela, I believe.
All systems go.
Escaped.
This deck seems better than the M.O.D.O.K decks you posted on YouTube. Really? The deck that I've gotten a chance to play some games with and tweak and iterate on is better than the untested decks I posted before getting to play any games with the card? Funny how that works. What an interesting observation. You probably qualify to be a Reddit detective with takes like that. Jubilee. We are super dead. At least the retreating to TVA is easy now.
Time's up.
This would actually be kind of good for us if this wasn't a TVA game. It'd be sweet to be able to get those back.
Escaped.
Jeff, I've noticed the longer a card is released, the better do the decks get that use it. Yep. Interesting. Yeah, the Destroy M.O.D.O.K Strong Guy, we played a little bit of it last night, and I think that that deck has potential once they nerf Zabu and Surfer. At my current MMR, where those 2 decks are really popular, though, I don't think that deck puts enough raw numbers into play to be competitive against what the cracked decks are doing that need to be nerfed. V-Merc, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Honestly, I know we waved, but I think I'm just Jubileeing. Because if we Jubilee into M.O.D.O.K, we can draw Hela after the fact to get a bunch of stuff. Air pups. We discarded Black Cat. So the reason why Black Cat's in this deck is for the games like this where we get Hela and didn't discard anything. She's still 13 stats for 6 energy, which is like a pretty good rate. Lavis Knight, thank you for the tier 1. I think we're in a pretty good chance to win this, huh? We're up in 2 locations. Hela's gonna add 7 more, and then Captain Marvel has flexibility to jump around the board. Captain Marvel's text mitigates some of the variance from Hela replaying at random, because she's flexible where she ends up at. It. Thanks, Marvel.
Victory.
All right, we're gonna have a brief ranty minute with Papa Jeff here. Come sit on Papa Jeff's lap, and let's talk about a comment in chat. That's a common one that I hear. Someone said, "I can't believe they released Zabu the way they did. They should have realized that it was busted." In my opinion, it should never be considered problematic if they release a card that ends up being overtuned. If game designers don't take risks on potential designs that could be bad or could be overtuned or too strong, we won't explore interesting design space ever. The problem isn't that they released a card that ended up being overtuned. The problem is that they took a risk and then they didn't fix it when it became problematic in a reasonable amount of time. Game design is hard, and there are a lot of variables that you can't account for when designing card games with so many things going on. And I will never fault any game designer for taking a shot and missing the mark, because it's just going to happen when you're experimenting and trying things. I want them to miss on occasion, because if they're missing on occasion, it means they're actually trying new things and experimenting. That's a good thing. The problematic thing that has happened with Surfer and Zabu isn't that they missed, it's that they haven't corrected in an appropriate time frame. That's something I hear a lot. People act like game designers shouldn't miss and game design is easy, and that's not the problem. You miss all of the shots you don't take, chat. They should take shots. They should. And some people using the shirt command, by the way. I got one of my Into the AM shirts on right now. They have wonderfully colorful graphic designs. I love them. They're phenomenal. I've actually had this one for a while. This shirt's like 2 years old. I have a handful of newer ones they sent me too when they got the affiliate link generated, but I've had a few other things for a long time. Where's my favorite invisible woman? Okay, so we just need M.O.D.O.K in our next few draws. Nice. Okay. If we don't get, actually, so this is close. If they have Cosmo, I want to go M.O.D.O.K into Hela. But if they don't have Cosmo, I want to Nick Fury. I think I'm going to M.O.D.O.K first. This gets me less points for Nick on Murray Isle, but the upside of being able to Magneto a Cosmo off of New York is high.
Spider-Man here.
Snap them here. Honestly, I should have snapped them when we drew the... I should have snapped them when we drew the Invisible Woman. I snapped too late here. Okay. That was a learning experience. So I should play around. We could have played around Aero, huh? I could have Nick Furied last turn to play around Aero. That one's on me. No need to double down and give them more cubes. If I play better there, we can play around that. That's actually Aero on 5 is an extra reason to play M.O.D.O.K on 4, so I can Fury on 5 to play around the Aero, and then Hela on 6. I don't think we have a line to play around Aero and Cosmo, and Aero's probably more likely than Cosmo in a lot of these matchups. I would love to Electro Vormir. Thank you for asking. Aero is the best card in Marvel Snap, and it's not particularly close anymore. Well, once the nerfs go into effect, it's not particularly close anymore. She's close with Surfer and Zombo at the moment. A Jubilee here. See what we get. Large lad. And drag their friends off of the Baxter building. Bring them down to Vormir. Well, there goes their extra Shuri trigger.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Aero has an important place in the design of the game. I agree with that. Unlike when I was talking about Leader, and I talked about how I wanted a redesign of that card, I don't think Aero's text box should change. I think Aero's actual on-reveal effect is good and reasonable. Aero's problem is that she has too many stats for how good her on-reveal effect is. She should be like 4 or 5 stats at most. We're actually winning a lot of games without Hela and M.O.D.O.King people with this deck, which probably means it's okay. Like, sometimes we get to really high roll with M.O.D.O.K and Hela, but other times we're just like being an Electro ramp deck that feels fine. Content. Content. I'm gonna snap them after we draw our card to make them think it's Hela. I don't want to snap before the drop, but after we draw, they can be like, "Ah, he drew Hela." And this is actually a great draw too, because it means that I get to go Fury on 4 into 6-drop, even if we don't draw Hela. And Nick actually gives us some Hela redundancy because he can generate Hela for us. Fury gives us more chances here, he says, before he gets Galactus. Not Galactus, God bless. Not me.
I still believe in heroes.
Here, friends. Tick, tick, boom, baby. Not me. Jubilee. Hela and Captain Marvel are both good hits here. Invisible Woman, not so much. This is actually the reason we play Jubilee in this deck too. You typically do not want to Jubilee early. Jubilee gives us a redraw at Hela in the games where we don't draw her naturally. Is the purpose of Jubilee. You do, generally speaking, do not want to Jubilee early with this deck. Nailed it. Just here living our best lives, okay? Nice, Dr. Doom. Good chat.
Victory.
We have 486 boosters ready for Taco Hulk mood. I'm definitely buying Taco Hulk given the option. I've been waiting. Okay. Okay. Hey, Gonzabone, thank you for the tier 1, appreciate it. All right, I would like a Hulk or a Giganto, please. Jubilee. That could be either of those things, he says, before Jubilee resurrects in the sewer system. We have a Black Cat in discard already, right? Yeah, so we're gonna hang 5, 6 things back, kind of. Okay.
Squad still a little light.
Still a little light. We even beat the Infinite on the Dracula. God bless.
Victory.
God bless us, everyone. You know, honestly, playing Hela is a lot more satisfying when it doesn't involve a bunch of random discards, believe it or not. Our next RNG, I mean, we won most permutations of how this board played out, right? Like the only like really bad RNG our outcome was like Jubilee into here. And if Jubilee goes here, Magneto is here or here. And then we should still win, right? I don't know why I would want Ghost Rider in this deck. What does it do? Yeah, we're just like playing Electro Ramp that like has Invisible Woman M.O.D.O.K Hela as a backup plan. Is like the TLDR. Electro into the danger room. Okay. Drawing the Hela actually really sucks, because if we didn't draw the Hela this turn, I was gonna get to blast off. But now we just can't. I think we're waving for the sake of it. Pull Dracula over into Xandar here. Here, bud. What are the odds Giganto wins left? Non-zero? I want to believe I live in a world where Giganto lives left, wins left. I believe, chat. I believe. This is a bold hope on the gambit here, especially with them having priority. Why would Ghost Rider be helpful in this kind of draw? What would Ghost Rider do that this draw didn't already do? How would this draw have played out differently with Ghost Rider? The Gambit cannot hit face down cards. Why no Chavez? Because I want to draw Hela. Chavez makes me less likely to draw Hela by 3%. Like one Invisible Woman, please. Our nut draw here is Invisible Woman into Electro. Never lucky. Rubber ducky. Isn't Galactus the only card that can destroy face-down cards? Kingpin can destroy face-down cards. I think we're dead, fam. I think we're dead. This is my favorite variant in the game, chat. She's lovely. All right, chat. Jubilee's gonna hit Giganto. Captain Marvel's gonna be 12 power in Shuri's lab, and then Hulk is gonna be a mess of stats, so we're gonna win the game. I believe. Never lucky rubber ducky. Wait, that lets me. No, that's perfect actually, right? No, well, that's fine. Sometimes lucky. I don't know if we can snap them. Our Hela things don't get doubled at Shuri's lab. Yeah, we could also get arrowed here. Yeah, I don't think we can snap.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Yeah, that could happen too.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
This wasn't the nuts. This was, if this had been Giganto, we win this game. Giganto was the nuts. If this had been Giganto, we would have had a 12 power Captain Marvel and then a 12 power Hulk, and then we probably would have won left and center. This was fine. It was not the nuts. It was easily disrupted as shown. Gonza Bone, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Nickel the Hero, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Be like Elsa, chat. Let it flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. Do 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 do. Do I want to play Wave? I honestly don't know that I want to play Wave. I think I'm just hiding Wave here. I don't think I want to let them play a 6-drop next turn, because I'm playing a 5-drop next turn. I don't think there's any reason to give them a free 6-drop. Okay, and we Magneto here, so that way if they Cosmo here, we can pull it off. Is Magneto mainly here to remove a potential Cosmo? I mean, Magneto's just a good card to Hela back. The fact that it also removes Cosmo is like an upside, but it's just a generically good card. Yeah, I get 350 USD when someone uses a Prime Sum. Heck, I don't know exactly how it works with translated currencies from non-US countries. They played Polaris into Lechugoya. Certainly a choice. The Mad Chicken, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Is Darkhawk still a good buy? I'd be surprised if Darkhawk wasn't still good. That being said, you should be aware that Darkhawk will likely be 3,000 tokens at the end of the month. So if you're on the fence about whether or not you want to pick it up, waiting till the end of the month probably makes sense. Is there a list of projected downgrades? Yeah, I cover projected downgrades in my Series 4 and 5 tier list. We know it's dropping from 4 to 3 next. Not confirmed, but again, there's speculation in my tier list video.
I still believe in heroes.
Unfortunate that Captain Marvel got hit by Iceman and not M.O.D.O.K. I assume we're very dead here. We have 2 Zabus.
Escaped.
Have a good one, Demon. See if Sinister London gets blown up or not here. I completely agree that the end of the month demotion cycle means the psychology behind opening caches feels incredibly bad and that you shouldn't do it except at the end of the month, basically. And I hope that they make it a priority to get weekly card downgrades moving forward. And I have passed that feedback along to Second Dinner. And I would encourage you all to do the same. It is definitely a huge feels bad man at the moment. A consideration is put Magneto down because of his stat line. If this Jubilee hits an Invisible Woman here, or a Jubilee hits an Invisible Woman... Oh, I guess I can't Invisible Woman here. I'm counting on Jubilee to hit Invisible Woman on the right, so I can. M.O.D.O.K Hela, basically. And Electro's a fine consolation prize here. Ah. The classic Cosmo Galactus deck here for our opponent.
Escape.
What's the best way to build up your card collection? With the most powerful card in mobile gaming, your credit card, you can build up your card collection quickly and efficiently. All right, we're on. I'm gonna snap him back. Our hand's pretty good. Let's get our points in the thing. Mute them here too if they're emoting me after I snap back. Okay, so their snap was, I have a Zabu snap. Unfortunately, I can't Nick Fury here because if I Nick Fury, I don't get to draw a card next turn, which means I can't draw M.O.D.O.K. I'll only have one draw in it. Although I guess I could Jubilee into it. I can Fury behind the Invisible Man. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, God. Seven cards in my deck. Yeah, we'll have a 1 in 7 and a 1 in 6 hit the M.O.D.O.K. The problem here with not drawing it this turn is... Oh my God, chat! They assumed this was M.O.D.O.K. They assume I snapped back because I had the combo. Got him. Got him! The con man combo. It's all about confidence shit. You gotta walk in with swagger, okay? All right, I need to run to the restroom, and it's time for our top of the hour ad break. I'll see you in 60 seconds. BRB. What do we think of our hand? I've got 14 power Giganto, and we bend a Black Cat for Hela. Is that good enough? I don't know if it's good enough to snap. We're definitely staying, though. Sunspot's a little annoying. I'm gonna hide Wave under here. She could be. Actually, I'll put Hela under here. Want to play Giganto on the last turn. Oh, they're a Darkhawk deck. Okay, wait. If they're gonna be a Darkhawk deck, I should Jubilee because it takes 2 power away from Hawk, right? But I guess that's a wash with playing Wave, right? I'm gonna snap then. They showed us Darkhawk. I guess we could get double Spider-Man tier and be sad. You have no power here. They have 6 cards in their hand and they passed last turn. Oh my god, are we getting She-Hulked? We're gonna die to She-Hulk, chat. They're playing the busted Darkhawk deck that's also playing She-Hulk. Which is why it's busted, because it gets to do a bunch of powerful things. This is the best deck in Marvel Snap, and it is not particularly close. Their deck is the best deck in Marvel Snap, but it's not particularly close. Yeah, we had the Toxic emote at the end. Good stuff. Their deck is the one I used to climb to Infinite with last season. It's the Darkhawk, Zabu with She-Hulk and Moon Girl. It's playing basically all of the crack cards in the best combination. Yes, I would bet that that deck's still probably good once they nerf things. I would agree with that. Less good, but still, it's far and away head and shoulders above everything else going on right now. It'll still be fine after too. I agree with that. Think that deck is better than Sarah Surfer? Yes. I don't think it's close. Well, that's a hell of a set of locations. Thank you, kind opponent. For fuck's sake. Honestly, our deck's kind of good into this, right? I'm gonna snap them, because I feel like Captain Marvel into Nick Fury into Giganto. I think we're in a good spot. I think these locations are like kind of annoying, but I think they're actually just like fine for us. Yeah, got me. That's fine. We're not playing for this location anyways, right? So Captain Marvel will win right, and then we'll count on Giganto to win left.
Who they dig up this time?
Yep. Howdy-ho. Higher, further, faster. So, people asking about M.O.D.O.K. It doesn't feel to me like M.O.D.O.K is strong enough to be the primary thing your deck is trying to do in a given game of Marvel Snap. That being said, having M.O.D.O.K and Hela as the secondary thing my deck is looking to accomplish feels quite reasonable. Jack Power and Level, thank you for the quarter of years. Welcome back. Yeah, probably an Agatha deck here from the opponent. I'm glad people like the new overlay. It took a little bit of work to put together, but I agree. It feels like a solid upgrade from what we were using previously. Okay, so opponent's snapping me. There's 3 cards in my deck. I'm gonna M.O.D.O.K, and then we'll just draw Hela next turn, right? I'll bet a cube on the 1 and 3. They're not an Agatha deck. They're just playing into Lechukaglia for some reason. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Appreciate you. And honestly, they gave us Odin, so even if we miss on this drop, we would have been 50% to get the redraw, right? So like we hit the 1 in 3, but if we missed the 1 in 3, we were gonna get a 50-50 because of the card they gave us. Oh, rocks when you play Odin there. I think Odin's trigger resolves before the rocks, right? Rocks happen after. Rocks happen after the card is fully played, and the trigger happens before the card is fully played. Do you know the easiest way to tell that our hand is absolutely the Stone Cold Nuts, chat? Adelan has flipped up as the first location. Yeah, we'll get to Electro at least. Angel, probably a bot. No human being has ever played enough Angel to get Kirby dots on it. My body is ready for the Isle of Silence to go under the Invisible Woman here. That's fine. We end up discarding our hands here. It's not a big deal. Oh. Well, that works out just hunky-dory, huh? Thanks, Electro. Appreciate you, bud. Well, the good news is our deck has 3 bangers in it.
I still believe in heroes.
That's fine. Mila here is just cube feeding us. Thanks, bot. Is Hela aware there are 3 locations? She is not, Chip. Not aware. Electro. 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 We snap the lizard on the space throne. We snap the lizard on the space throne. We have Captain Marvel to win Death's Domain. We have anything to win here. very scary.
Escaped.
Why do I need a location fixer? What? Why? What locations am I concerned about? That we feel like this deck needs to get rid of? Like Hela and Captain Marvel get us into a lot of locations we can't get into normally. I don't know that I understand why we would need to be able to get rid of a location. Yeah, like I think TVA is like the one example of a location we're not super happy with. I think strong guy with M.O.D.O.K is probably not enough stats getting put into play to be meaningfully competitive until they nerf Surfer and Zombu. And honestly, it might not even be competitive after that, but we'll see. All right, then we're hoping to draw a Giganto next turn. Nick Fury is better than drawing Electra, at least. Alright, so they're winning the sewer system, but we should be winning the rest.
Who they dig up this time?
Oh, never mind. We're winning the sewer system. They're winning New York. Good trade.
Victory.
Thanks for the 2 months, T-Pain. Welcome back. How do you feel about the use of Hellcout instead of Nick to be more consistent in the discards? I think part of the reason why I like this deck is because we're not discarding shit at random. This has honestly felt like the most powerful and consistent Hela deck I've ever played. In large part due to the fact that we're not discarding things at random and we have a backup plan for the games where we don't draw Hela. We've won a lot of games today without playing M.O.D.O.K or Hela, just by being an Electro ramp deck. I think this deck is probably much worse without Captain Marvel. You could play Gamora or Vision in that slot, but her flexibility on the last turn to mitigate the variance that Hela has in returning things at random is pretty important, I think. Doesn't that mean M.O.D.O.K and Hela are kind of bad? I mean, did you see the last game that we played? M.O.D.O.K and Hela are doing something powerful, but they're also pretty easily disrupted, so I don't think you really want them to be the primary thing that you are doing. That's where I'm at with M.O.D.O.K right now. M.O.D.O.K seems powerful and disruptible, so I don't want it to be the main thing that I'm doing. It seems like a fine secondary thing that I can be doing, though. All right, Nick. I believe in heroes. Give me a hero. Give me a hero. Yeah, one of your finest nulls, please, Mr. Fury.
Squad still a little light.
I don't think that's gonna do it, fam. Show me potato salad. All right, fair. Fair is fair. Someone asks, does anybody know if America Chavez makes you more or less likely to get Invisible Woman, M.O.D.O.K, Hela combo in hand? What you need to know about America Chavez is that she makes you more likely to have a given card on turns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, but she makes you less likely to have any card on turn 6 because she replaces your turn 6 draw. So in a deck like this, where I want to give myself the best possible chance to draw Hela specifically, we're less likely to draw Hela over the course of the entire game by playing Chavez. We're more likely to have her early, but we're less likely in total.
Who they dig up this time?
Opponent snapped.
You want a leader? Are we on a heater? Are we about to take them to class, chat? That might be it, huh? It ties, man. Damn it, chat. Are we good? No, we're good. All right, I take it back. I take it back. We're good. We won the breaker by 2. Damn it, we won. Hela would have also won there for what it's worth. I should have Hela because it would have been funnier. I think this is a play large lads game. Just like Hulk into Marvel into Magneto. Okay. I mean, it doesn't really change anything. Just play M.O.D.O.K and then we play Magneto still. Hey, Nick. Thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. They're probably discard Lockjaw and they're just playing Leech in their discard Lockjaw deck. I'll snap them. I think we're ahead here. Hey. It's so... Watch this hit my Hulk or my M.O.D.O.K. Okay. It's so frustrating that those snaps work that way. It's like now I'm locked in for 4 cubes because of how that works. Just super obnoxious.
Victory.
They shouldn't let you snap after you press enter to prevent that issue. No, they just shouldn't let you snap while the animations are playing out. We are a Hela deck.
Opponent snapped.
We're probably dead here most of the time. Yeah, can we just give him a cube and leave?
Escaped.
Nah, I just haven't felt the itch to poke at Pokemon Unite recently, Tommy. And Pokemon Unite isn't really particularly popular content, so even if I do play Unite, it'll mostly be off stream. I played a little bit off stream here and there, but there's just no metrics for that game. My off stream game lately has been mostly mostly been Genshin Impact of the late. Alright, so we have Invisible Woman, and we have M.O.D.O.K and Hela. If we draw Electro next turn, that's our best possible drop, because it will let us Nick Fury before we M.O.D.O.K and Hela. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Appreciate you being here.
Opponent snapped.
I want a Hela in the middle to play around getting Spider-Man tier. And of course, they're playing Aero.
All systems go.
It's
Escape.
big feels like Magic the Gathering. Just play around one thing, get fucked by another. They even get to clone. There was no playing around Aero that game, chat. They got a second copy. They were gonna get to Aero 2 turns in a row. No, you don't get a Hela from the cloning bats. This was one of the things I covered in my weird Marvel Snap interactions. When someone arrows you, you don't get the on-play effect at the location that you played at or at the location that your card flips up at. It's really fucking stupid. That must be a bug. It's by design. Alright, well, Invisible Woman, the Avengers compound, because we're going to want to play to her slot on turn 5, I'd wager. Man, that's such an unlucky location for us.
Opponent snapped.
The bot snap. Need to draw M.O.D.O.K this turn. We didn't, so we're dead. We lost 4 cubes to a robot.
Escaped.
Got a couple more in me with this one, and then we're gonna play some Lockjaw. I would never recommend anybody spend tokens on Dazzler. I think Dazzler is good in that Thanos list, but she's not good enough to spend tokens on. Unless you are a massive sea creature like me who is buying every single card, you should not spend tokens on Dazzler. Dazzler is a fine card, and if you have her, you will probably play her in certain decks, but she is simply not worth putting resources into. I would not be upset opening Dazzler. It's not like Dazzler is Super Scroll or Shadow King, right? Like, she has plenty of applications. So we'll go Mr. Fury into M.O.D.O.K. They'll play Galactus and nothing would do matters. The Benediction, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. Ooh. We got some candy. All right. Don't play the no-no dog. Don't do it. Have a heart. Don't play the no-no dog. They could also arrow us. We also die to arrow. Stop me if you've heard this one before.
Victory.
Hey, Spitfire, thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. I think Bass Negative is a wonderful deck choice that is powerful. For the people that are asking me to predict the future, I, nor anyone else, can tell you what cards are likely to be competitive in a post-nerfs world. They haven't even confirmed that the data mine nerfs are accurate. It's all guesswork. You should spend your collector's tokens on cards that will make you happy, not on cards that you think will win. Find cards that spark joy and purchase those ones. If winning in a card game is the only thing that makes you happy, I am not joking when I say you should go find a different kind of game to play. If the only way you can find joy in a card game is when you win, you are going to end up very fucking miserable very quickly. It's like we're playing a mirror. I'll play Go Fish for one more cube. They snap will leave.
Victory.
Psylocke does the same thing as Wave in this deck. Psylocke and Wave are not remotely comparable in my deck. Wave is good in this deck and better than Psylocke because when I have Wave, I can go Wave, play a 6-drop on 4, play a 5-drop on 5, play a 6-drop on 6. They are not remotely comparable. If you considered Hellcow, it's the same thing as M.O.D.O.K. Unfortunately, didn't have a black cat this game. They're likely to play into the Ant-Man path. He's gonna take these and spread them out, I think. Play for one more cube against the bot. What is the importance of Invisible Woman? Invisible Woman is a combo with M.O.D.O.K and Hela. If you play Invisible Woman out, you can then play M.O.D.O.K in her path, and then Hela after, and then at the end of the game, M.O.D.O.K discards your remaining cards, and then Hela returns them to play. They are a 3-card, put all of our stuff into play combo. And in the games where that combo doesn't come together, we have Wave and Electro as a means of accelerating into our stuff by other means.
Opponent snapped.
Don't draw Hela. Okay, so they snapped us, and then my snap was late, which sucks. So they snapped us because we can't play to this path now. But I think that's fine. I think we just M.O.D.O.K these, and then we're hoping to draw Hela in our last 2 draws here. We're already, I actually can't retreat because the snap happened late. So yeah, this is a M.O.D.O.K here, bin these, hope to peel Hela.
Wind, aid my hand.
No, I can't retreat this turn. You can't retreat the same turn you snapped unless they snap you back. All right, 1 and 4. He says before getting Cosmoed on the left. Oh, this actually doesn't even give me a copy of the Black Cat, which is sad. No, the Invisible Woman means we're not likely to have priority. But the cubes are already in, so we get to see one more card here and see what happens. All right, come take my 8 cubes, Cosmo. My body is ready for the long tank and to bury me. Come on, put me in the ground. They're waiting for the pre-roll ad to finish, chat, to find out if we hit the 1 and 4. Is this the last second retreat later? There's no way you retreat later on the 1 and 4, right? This is totally the last second toxic retreat later. Or they're about to stuff me and they want to tilt me. One of the two. We're good? And they took a while to talk themselves into that.
Victory.
Invisible Woman. Climbing on up. If they debreed middle, did they win? It would be interesting if they debreed the flooded zone. It would be a neat skill.
Opponent snapped.
We're not in snapback territory, but I think with Titan flipping up here, we're definitely in the stay in the game territory. With the snap on turn 2 with no play, I assume this is I have a Zabu snap. It's typically what that is. What are the odds that playing just 3 large things wins me the game? 0%? Is there a number less than 0%? What if we Magneto these here and then we Giganto here?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I'm gonna stay for 2 more cubes here. They have 3 cards in hand.
Victory.
Hey, HMF Elite, thanks for the 2 months. Welcome back. Looking for Invisible Woman. Electro's not terrible. There she is. Which location we play her in here doesn't really matter. How come there's no react button on your stream? Sorry, I'm over 30. Could you fill me in? What is a react button, and why would it exist on my stream? Why wouldn't I snap here? Because most opposing wave decks are Galactus, and we're 0% against Galactus. Subs do not have slow mode. It still shows slow mode over your chat because Twitch's interface is hot dog water, but you are not impacted by slow mode. Extra perk of subbing to the channel. Our deck is pretty good into a location like Death's Domain if we get Hela going. To set an incredibly low bar, in the 5-ish hours I have played with M.O.D.O.K since it released now, this is the best M.O.D.O.K deck I have played. And in large part, it is the best M.O.D.O.K deck I have played because it is not focused on just playing M.O.D.O.K. It has a secondary backup plan it's looking to do. I was in somebody's stream and they had a button the viewer could press to react to moments in the stream, and the streamer received the feedback privately after the stream. Why would I need to receive feedback privately after the stream? Why can't you just react inside of the actual channel in the chat? Or if you want to reach out to me privately, like Discord or email is great. I guess I don't understand what value is being generated or added there.
Escaped.
Analytics for moments that people are engaged. Twitch actually gives me analytics that show me spikes in the number of people interacting in chat at given points over the time of the stream. So again, giving people a private way to do that doesn't really impact anything or change anything. I don't want people to watch VODs on Twitch. If we're talking about things that are hot dog water, Twitch's VOD system is also hot dog water. If you want to watch my streams after the fact, please go to youtube.com/Jeff Hoagland and give me a view there. Twitch ads pay actual dog shit, and YouTube ads pay significantly more. So if you want to watch my content and actually support my stuff through watching it, make sure you watch it on YouTube after the fact. Only be on Twitch for live stuff. Twitch is the superior live platform. YouTube is the superior after the fact platform. Darius Tidebringer, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. So I upload full VODs to YouTube almost every day, yeah? The only day I don't do 100% full VODs on the YouTube channel is when we do the 12-hour streams on release day. Because those VODs are too long.
I still believe in heroes.
I think our board is too full to win this, but we could try. I'm 90% sure the way this works, Invisible Woman and Rock move, and M.O.D.O.K stays face down. I'm like 99% sure the way this interaction works with Strange Academy. Nick Fury did not give us Hela. Nick Fury gave us She-Hulk Orca Helicarrier. The Electro animation is bugged. We could play more than one card if we wanted to. Got him. We're actually not gonna have space to reanimate all our stuff here, so we gotta hope that big ones end up in the middle, huh? If Jubilee ends up middle, we're gonna be real sad. We want anything but Jubilee. Ideally, we want these four to reanimate, huh? There's a world where we lose this game. Let's see if we are living in it. It was literally any of our other discarded cards, right? No, we needed exactly Magneto there at the end once we have Black Cat. Sad. Only 2 boosters away from splitting Invisible Woman. I'm gonna push the button here. We have Woman, M.O.D.O.K, Hela. The only card that is really replaceable in this deck and still have the same power level is Giganto. I think all the other Series 3 cards in this deck, if you try and replace them, make this deck pretty significantly worse. What's the highest viewership you've had with Snap? On the January Season Pass release day, we broke 5,000 concurrent viewers. No information about what the opponent's playing. Sunspot could be literal anything. Well, I mean, that's not really unlucky. That was literally the only thing Iceman could hit. Thankfully, we drew Wave here. We needed that. Iceman can't hit cards that cost 6 chat. He was 100% hit M.O.D.O.K there. Yeah, so far we're the most successful dedicated Snap channel on Twitch. Yep. I had the most watched hours on Twitch for Marvel Snap for all of 2022 and for January 2023. This is turn 5 here, so we're gonna get to Hela next turn. If they don't have any disruption here, could be good for us. You get to put a lot of numbers into play on the last turn. If your goal is to finish your Marvel Snap collection in as efficient a manner as possible, it is always correct to buy the Season Pass. Unfortunately, we were one turn off here. We do have Magneto, but we just don't have another turn after the fact to pull the Cosmo out, so time to go.
Escape.
This deck does have counterplay to Cosmo. If you play Invisible Woman on 2, Electro on 3, M.O.D.O.K into Hela under Invisible Woman on 4 and 5, on turn 6, you can use Magneto to move Cosmo to another lane before your cards flip up. Obviously, it's still just going to get you some of the time. Is there a good site where you can find stats on Twitch streamers? Yeah, I use this one. Sully Gnome accesses the Twitch API. All Twitch data except for subscriber counts is publicly available on the Twitch API. Is our hand a Snap? No, probably not. I don't have Invisible Woman. For the Infinite versus not Infinite questions, Infinite would be better in our Hela draws. However, Infinite is worse in our non-Hela draws. When we're playing a fair game with Wave, things like Hulk and Giganto are better because we can actually play them out. There are a lot of games we have won with this deck that don't involve Hela, where you just play Wave on 3, play a 6-drop on 4, play a 5-drop on 5, and play a 6-drop on 6. I'm not willing to gamble 7 more cubes on them not having Cosmo or Aero, but I'll bet 3 more. All right, lads and lasses. Everybody, let's go. Pile in.
Squad still a little light.
We even hit a worst case scenario on Jubilee there and won the game. Feels good, man.
Victory.
Yeah, we tried the Collector Morbius build of M.O.D.O.K last night, and it just feels wildly inconsistent and gets beat up by all the good decks in my MMR bracket. He just never beats her for Zabu, it feels like. With Dark Dimension here, I think we actually play Invisible Woman left, huh? They even have the same one we do. Are they Galactus? This leaves Nick Fury in the bar. Is that good though? I think that's good. That's great. Yep. Can't Hela anyways. Who'd they dig up this time? To play Mr. Giganto in the middle now? Thanks, Leech. Appreciate you. Right out here. Nick Fury did not return to my hand because there was not room for my card to return to my hand. Oh, wait, Black Cat was more stats. Yeah. In Marvel Snap, if a card would be added to your hand from anywhere and your hand is full, it instead simply doesn't get added. All right, chat. Looks like it's time for a top of the hour ad break. Non-subs, I'll see you in 60 seconds. Remember, if you want to avoid the ads, you can subscribe to the channel. That also gets you out of slow mode while supporting my content here. Jubilee was leeched, so Jubilee wasn't doing anything there. Hey, Turok, thanks for the prime. This has been my favorite M.O.D.O.K deck so far. We're gonna play this one until I get 2 more Invisible Woman boosters, then we're gonna play some Lockjaw discard. I am very happy. I am very happy with the power level. I am very happy with the power level of M.O.D.O.K. I am not happy with the fact that we still haven't gotten balance changes. It's been way too long. Rickson, just send another message. The slow mode still appears above the chat, but you're not actually in slow mode. I've communicated that feedback to Twitch multiple times now. Hopefully at some point they will make their interface better. Unfortunately, I can't control that. And also, they also should really put a message here when you click on slow mode that says, hey, if you sub, you avoid slow mode. That would also encourage more subs and would be smart on their part. I think this is a Cast Our Things game. Griffin Bruce, one of the OGs with the 78-month resub. Thank you for the 6.5 years. It's been a trip. Welcome back. What do I want to do here? I could M.O.D.O.K. and bin these, and then we have 2 draws at Hela. I have Jubilee in my deck too. I think that's probably the play. That's fine. We weren't winning Shuri's Lab anyways. I believe. All right, 1 and 3 and then 1 and 2, chat. There's our gal.
Squad still a little light.
Seeing double, chat. So I know null is funny, but null's actually the wrong line, right? 1, null does not get doubled in Shuri's Lab. I think I'm supposed to Ultron here because it adds more stats here, because we could lose the middle realistically. And this gets us to 29 over here. They already played their Shang-Chi. Haha, they're also in all deck. That's funny. Botsy Panda, thank you for the 6 months in advance. I plan to be here. Thanks for keeping me around. Just many, many more months of snapping. So it said Nick Fury is here for the game's Limbo shows up. I mean, he's extra good in the game's Limbo shows up. Nick Fury is a part of our deck's best possible draw. The best possible draw this deck can generate is turn 2 Invisible Woman, turn 3 Electro, turn 4 Nick Fury, turn 5 M.O.D.O.K, turn 6 Hela. And then that puts all of the cards Nick Fury generated into play. I would love to Invisible Woman your Ebony Maw Path. Thank you. Damn it, Bobby! Okay. Speaking of best possible draws. I believe. You get Cosmo here. They could realistically be a Cosmo deck. This could be a cheating bot. I'm gonna stay. Come get my cubes, Cosmo. That feels like I'm ahead on 2 lanes going into the last turn bot snap. God bless. But yeah, so like this is what Nick Fury's for, chat. So you can do this. This is your best possibles. Full 7. 1 full Monty, please. They were a bot, but this is a good textbook example of what our deck is capable of doing. And I think the most important thing to note about this, and why I've enjoyed this Hela deck more than any other one I've played, is there's no gambling with this draw, right? Like, obviously, our opponent could have something like a Cosmo or an Aero to disrupt us, so that happens sometimes. But as far as, like, does our deck work? We're just putting so many stats into play, and we're guaranteed to not discard our Hela, that we just do the big thing, right? There's no, like, crossing my fingers and hoping Lady Sif hits the right thing, or Blade doesn't discard Hela, etc. Yes, we have, so I keep a list of games. We've been playing this deck since I went live this morning 2.5 hours ago. And I'm keeping a list of my games off to the side like I always do for highlight purposes. And so many of my games have the note next to them, win without Hela. Hela feels like a good, reasonable backup plan to what the Electro Ramp deck is interested in doing.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
If I play Mr. Fury, my hand is full. It's unfortunate. Just generate Hela with Fury. LOL. I feel like we can do that, unfortunately. And then, unfortunately, our Electro Ramp plan is probably not good enough here. Is it? Probably not, right? I think we just bunt to my cube.
Escape.
Yeah, some permutations where Captain Marvel wins the game for us, but I think they're few and far between. Consideration for Morbius here. I think Morbius is only good in the games where we're doing the M.O.D.O.K thing, and the games where we're doing the M.O.D.O.K thing, we should be winning anyways. So I'm not really interested in it. Do we? I guess the question on something like Morbius is: are there games that we're winning that involve M.O.D.O.K and Morbius where we don't also draw Hela? Because if we still need to draw Hela, then the Morbius isn't really getting us wins we're not already getting. And maybe there are. I don't know. Could be. I would like to Jubilee the Nidavellir because she could hit Invisible Woman for us. Giganto's also not bad. Noise. Be like Elsa, chat. Let it flow. Do I want to wave them? This is like my last chance to wave, right? Is wave beneficial to them or us? It's probably beneficial to them, right? So they're chilling my hands. M.O.D.O.K's little rocket bands are great. I agree. We have that many goodies here, but we've got a good amount of stats here and in the middle already, so Magneto plus Marvel should be able to clean up, I imagine. They have 2 cards in hand. Oh, I forgot we had Black Cat too. I always forget about her.
Victory.
There's our Invisible Woman boosters.
Infinity.
Her lovely split. Here's my first Invisible Woman split, if I recall correctly. Yeah.
Frame break.
I don't think I'm ever going to use this, Mr. Negative, but first level upgrade is half off, so might as well. Your theory's 3 complete. Should you open caches or wait for the downgrade? It depends on if you care about the cards that are downgrading. I'm holding my caches because I'm Series 5 complete. I have every card in Marvel Snap currently. So when I open caches, I want to have a chance to actually open a Series 5 card. So moving forward, Tuesday morning will be cache opening day on the stream. Once we get confirmation the new card is in the client, we'll rip all whatever caches I have. And not today, Tuesday, because there's no new card this week with the season pass card, so a week from today. So Mr. Negative bundle already on sale. It is, yeah. We bought it last night. Next week is Zabu. No, Zabu is this week. Next week is Ghost. So they confirmed the weekly card releases. Next week is Ghost. The week after is Stature. And then the final week is, we can show them here actually. So next week is Ghost. Ongoing, your cards always reveal last. The week after Ghost is Stature. 5, 7, cost 1 if your opponent discarded a card from their hand this game. And then the week after that is Kang. On reveal, look at what your opponent did, then restart the turn without Kang. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Stature. Stature, there should be like a Moon Girl double Stature deck. I'm looking forward to. Thanks, Sokovia. Appreciate you. M.O.D.O.K is pretty narrow and frequently disrupted and probably shouldn't be the only thing your deck is doing. That being said, he seems like a fine supplemental card in a few other different decks. My big takeaway from testing M.O.D.O.K decks so far is that strong guy M.O.D.O.K does not feel like it puts nearly enough power into play to be good enough to be worth playing right now. To the people that are asking about how I'm holding my caches, unless you are Series 5 complete and have every single card in Marvel Snap, you should just open your caches when you get them. I am only holding my reserves because I literally cannot open a card. There are no cards for me to open.
Opponent snapped.
You have Ghost and the new cards. Those cards aren't released, game. Marvel Snap releases a new direct-to-Series 5 card every Tuesday, except for the weeks where there is a season pass release. Do I have the tokens to buy Ghost? I will have the tokens to buy every new card moving forward on release day. And if you're thinking to yourself, Jeff, how is that possible? Chat, with the power of your credit card and playing an unhealthy amount of Marvel Snap, you too could have all the collector's tokens you could ever dream of. I'm starting to remember why I stopped playing Lockjaw decks. Oof. Oof. So this is the Devil Dino Darkhawk deck with the Sentinel, I would wager. You have to max spend to be Series 5 complete. You have to max spend for a little while to get Series 4 and 5 complete initially. but once you are Series 4 and 5 complete, you do not have to continue max spending to stay that way. Okay, that could have gone much worse. That could have gone much worse. Is it too late to snap them? I think it's too late to snap them.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, it's too late to snap them.
Victory.
I wasn't brave enough to snap before. Why play the bite? Because I wanna flip it. I guess there's no reason to play the bite. How we'll discard it, then we have swarm next turn. Yeah, you're right. I should hold on to the bite. Well, if I play the bite, I could flip back into MODOK and then have a whole handful of swarms. So maybe it is right to play the bite. I don't know. I could go either way there. I can go either way. M.O.D.O.K is funny into Mindscape, is accurate. Just buying the season pass gets you close to Series 4 complete, but that assumes you're not spending money on Series 5 cards. Yeah, or token on Series 5 cards. That's accurate. My napkin math says it takes a couple $100 at a minimum to get Series 5 complete and stay there. Actually, probably want a M.O.D.O.K over here, because there's no guarantee that we're going to have something big for Dracula, right? Got a little punished for not playing the swarms last turn, but I didn't want to give them the information. Oh my god, they have the storm I want. This is my most desired variant that I'm missing, chat. It's so cool. She has such phenomenal pieces of art. Okay. So if I Aero here, we're 75% to win the game. We Aero left, we're 75% to win the game. We could technically bin the Hobgoblin and end up incredibly sad. Alright, so I discarded Lockjaw, and they discarded Moon Knight. Okay, good job. Owl Bears, thanks for the third of the year. Welcome back.
This just in.
Wongers. I'm gonna gamble on the 1 in 3 here. Nailed it. I got the Shadow King today. Can you suggest any decks for it? I cannot. Shadow King is not a particularly playable card. It's quite bad, in fact. All right, so we're guaranteed to draw Chavez next turn. We'll go Lady Sif in the middle. She'll discard M.O.D.O.K. And then we'll play Chavez, Dracula, or discard Hellcow. This is 19. So if they M.O.D.O.K me, they add 14 here up to 27. 28 with the Sunspot. I'm going to 19. And then I'm going to 25, 26, 27. So we're 1 behind here. Thanks for the 2.5 years distortion. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Would Shadow King be better if he hit everything and not just his lane? Maybe. I don't know. I almost feel like they should give Shadow King, like, actual stats. So that way it has, like, a compelling reason to be used over something like Shang-Chi or Valkyrie. Like, that card could probably be, like, a 4 or 5, honestly. Oh, Dream Dimension. Why are you the way you are? All right, well. And this is the problem. I can't draw Apocalypse next turn, right? So my hand just kind of doesn't do anything from here because I didn't draw Apocalypse. So I think we just leave.
Escaped.
Tempest and me, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Whenever I hear someone say cards shouldn't be Series 5 based on power level, it really hammers home how much the hive mind mentality that goes around in places like Reddit and others has just brain rotted people. The series in Marvel Snap do not dictate the power levels of the cards. Series in Marvel Snap dictate how new a card is or how novel it is in the case of Thanos and Galactus. So you're right, Shadow King is not as powerful as some other cards, but it is a newer card, and newer releases start in Series 5. The idea that Series 5 cards are busted is a lie made up by people who are bad at the game who want to cop out for why they can't rank up. You're right that there are some Series 5 cards that are good, but there's also some Series 3 cards that are really good. The best card in the game currently is a Series 3 card. Aero is really, really good. Imagine thinking that when the season pass cards have been the most meta-defining. Ah, yes! I always like to queue up with my meta-defining Miles Morales deck. And my meta-defining Nick Fury deck. Really makes me feel fucking huge in the brain area to queue up with those meta powerhouses.
Opponent snapped.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
That's true. Thor was so busted when he released, they actually had to buff him to make him playable because he sucked shit. I understand that it's 2023 and we live in a post-fact world, and whatever thing you want to make up to make you feel better while ignoring what reality actually is allowed and encouraged and condoned, but like, don't do it in my spaces. Bring receipts, because I've got plenty of receipts.
I am Ego, and this is my domain. Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
I agree with you because I know better, but can you fault someone for not realizing something that happened before they started playing? I will never fault someone for not knowing something. What I will, however, fault someone and rail people into the ground over and not tolerate in my space is people spreading incorrect information because they don't know better. Keeping your mouth shut is free 99. It doesn't cost you anything to do. And it's fine to not know something, but it's really not fine to spew bullshit that's wrong because you don't know better. You could take the effort and get informed before you open your mouth rather than spreading lies. That is also an option. Ignorance is not an excuse. So again, it's fine to not know something. Everybody is always learning, and it's fine to learn new things. We should always all be trying to learn new things. All right, the apocalypse is gonna play right, and we're gonna win the game, I believe. GG about it.
Escaped.
This land can never be fully known.
The single worst part about a new season of Marvel Snapchat is feeling compelled to be a Weird World gamer. We should shuffle in Vibranium, maybe? Yeah, they have Quinjet here too. Maybe we just leave because they have Quinjet too.
Enough said.
All right, skill game. Okay. Okay. Maybe we are Weird World gamers. Maybe we, in fact, we're Weird World gamers the entire time. I'm still back here, I swear, chat. I still love you, chat. I didn't leave. I'm going out for a pack of Vibranium, chat. I'll be back later, I promise.
Victory.
I love Widow's Bite into my lockjaw, chat. snap.
Victory.
So, this is kind of the problem with this archetype, is you're very face up on the table when your draw is good, and this archetype has a really low cube equity. Like, I think this discard lockjaw deck has always been fine, and maybe M.O.D.O.K makes it a little bit better, but you play incredibly face up on the table. Like here, I think we're supposed to snap before our cards start flipping up here, right? Because our hand is good. So we'll go Dracula here. Well, actually, do we Dracula? Yeah, I think we Dracula. You know, I don't know that. And this is like the awkward part of this deck too, right? Does M.O.D.O.K even fit into the curve of this deck? Schwarb's a great draw, so maybe no. But like, I kind of don't even know like where I fit M.O.D.O.K in on the curve, right? I guess, are we M.O.D.O.King on the last turn then? Maybe? Maybe that's the case. He does have 12 stats, so probably. I saw Harry play this deck, but instead of these cards, he changed 3 cards. Chat, when you change 2+ cards in a Marvel Snap deck, it is a new deck. You are changing a very significant portion of the deck at that point. Yeah, changing 3 cards is 25% of the deck. All right, we should be good to go here. Dracula is just going to be Xbox huge in the middle. Our Morb's pretty big too. 26 power Dracula for us, 18 power Morbius. All right, we had room. We had room to play M.O.D.O.K there, and it worked out.
Victory.
I saw someone play this deck, but they've removed all the discard cards and added Silver Surfer and Sarah. Yeah, it's about the same. They both play Lockjaw. M.O.D.O.K is high risk, high reward. What was risky about that last game? The Lockjaw had some variance on it, but like the M.O.D.O.K deterministically did what it was doing. Yeah, we spent the first 2.5 hours of the stream playing Invisible Woman. Playing Invisible Woman Hela. There'll be a highlight on that tomorrow. Or maybe today. Maybe today. We'll put a highlight up tonight. We'll see how long we're live for. Dean Gus, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yeah, I think the Hela deck we played today is easily my favorite Hela deck I've ever played. Felt like it cleaned up a lot of the details. Never lucky. Oh my god, never lucky. We missed our swarm and we hit their apocalypse. Oof. Oof. Do I edit myself? Yes. Oh my god, how many cards are in their hand? 3 cards? I just saw a video where you said M.O.D.O.K was bad. Have you changed your mind? I went ahead and banned you on the Twitch channel here, so you can take the time to go back and watch the video that you're claiming that I said M.O.D.O.K was banned in, so you could re-listen to what I actually said. Thexor, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. And when you let me know what I actually said in there and how it was different than M.O.D.O.K is bad, you can make an unban request and we'll unban you. That is my least favorite part of being an internet personality, is when people intentionally or otherwise misinterpret a thing that you said and then use their misinterpretation of it to say that you're a hypocrite or wrong or bad or something like that. The Exor, thank you for the 16 months. Thanks, not Sam. Yeah, I think it's a solid improvement over what we used to have. Our Apocalypse. Yeah, see, we thought we were discarding the Apocalypse for them. Turns out we were discarding it for us the whole time. It all worked out. Colleen to start, because we have Swarm. And then we could like Hellcow and Swarms next turn. I should have snapped before Colleen flipped up. I think we snapped a little bit too late now. Oh, they stayed. That's great. God bless. Alright, well, we're winning here, unless they flood the board. If they flood the board here, they probably can't play here as well. So I'm going to play the Apocalypse here to win the left. Hellcow cannot discard the same card twice, no. And if you didn't know that Hellcow can't discard the same card twice, then that means you missed the weird Marvel Snap interactions that could lose you games video that I posted over the weekend. You should check it out. There's a lot of good little tidbits in there and stuff like that. Yeah, I think Robert was a beep boop based on the end turn Hobgoblin play here. Feels very Robot Man. What I recommend in this deck if you don't have Colleen Wing, I think Colleen Wing is pretty important. Your swarms are a lot worse if you don't have Colleen Wing to guarantee discard them. I think Moon Knight, Swordmaster, and Hellcow have some wiggle room. Like, you could replace one of those with, like, Gambit or Blade, maybe. But I think Colleen Wing, specifically enabling Swarm, is pretty important. Ooh, that's nice. Mr. Dracula out. Go left. Okay, so we're getting Galactus? Question mark. Are we? Are we getting Galactus? If we're not getting Galactus, I kind of just want a Lady Sif. We are. Lost the 50-50.
Escaped.
I mean, Galactus isn't even about being skillful or not, chat. It's just boring. Just not very interesting. It's not saying anything about the complexity of the deck or sequencing decisions. Just like always does the same thing. It always makes someone's deck not work. How is this deck performing? I don't know that M.O.D.O.K makes this deck meaningfully better. It makes your Dracula, like, marginally more consistent, which is fine. Alright, so Cerebro 3. Well, shit.
Escaped.
Who discarded what? I discarded Colleen Wing. They discarded Mystique. I have Apocalypse, Morbius, M.O.D.O.K teed up. I'm gonna go ahead and snap here, I think. Get them committed.
Enough said, bub.
I don't think any of the M.O.D.O.K lists I played last night were very good. Shadow and Show. They all seemed varying amounts of fairly mediocre. And I don't think I can Moon Knight here because of Dracula. Honestly, part of me wonders, I wonder if we're supposed to try and build a list without Dracula, with just like Morbius, Mystique, and Collector, and just be lower to the ground. Because having to wait till turn 4 to play this for fear of discarding it feels really awkward. Strong Guy just feels too fair. 10 stats per 4 resources is not enough in a world of Darkhawks. Like, strong guy into M.O.D.O.K is like 18 stats for 9 resources, which is just pretty below rate, unfortunately. So this will be 21 over here. We're gonna discard the Apocalypse to this, and then Dracula is gonna go up to 16. So it'll be 24 here, 21 here. I think this deck is fine. This deck has felt fine. Please don't post full deck lists in chat. Thank you. Put them on a community site like Snap.fan or something like that. They just like get really cluttered otherwise. You can also DM people is good. We're good. We're good.
Victory.
All right, let's try and build something. I think I want to try without Dracula. Dracula's felt a little clunky. I think the details have to change. I don't know that I want to be a lockjaw deck without Dracula. I think it's a different deck. Let's try like a smaller take on discard collector, basically. A lot of bass. Thanks for the 2 months to Prime. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Hela deck we played earlier is easily the best Hela deck I've ever played. It's a low bar, but it managed to clear that one. Yeah, I'm still pretty far off a collector split. Which is sad. I've already split up 1, 2, 3, got 5 splits with no ink or gold. Why would I want... Nakia and Okoye make Swarm better. I could see that being okay. Wolverine doesn't seem very good. Does Ghost Rider work? I can see Ghost Rider being okay. If I play Ghost Rider, I probably want to play... Well, so, actually, part of the problem with Ghost Rider is Swarm stays in your discard pile. So, because it creates copies of itself. So like if you've discarded the Swarm, Ghost Rider could bring back a Swarm, right? Which is not great. I don't think we want Chavez in here because the idea is if we're not playing Dracula, I just want to like play Apocalypse on the last turn, right? We can play White Queen. White Queen's a pretty generically good card that also happens to work with Collector. Is Queen better than Moon Girl? Moon Girl doubling our hand and then M.O.D.O.K getting rid of it could be fun. I don't think we can play Dino in our M.O.D.O.K deck. But Moon Girl could be fun. Need Moon Girl boosters too, chat. Is Absorbing Man good? Absorbing Man can copy Lady Sif. That seems fine. Wolverine seems worse than, like, Lizard, right? Do I have any other ways to... Do you have any other ways we want to play to trigger Collector? No Apocalypse, Helicarrier. That's probably plenty. Is Wong good? I guess I don't have a ton of turn 4 plays. Morbius or Collector into Wong into M.O.D.O.K is like pretty good. Yeah, I'll buy Wong. Chat loves Wongers. You just play Agent Coulson? I don't hate the idea of playing Agent Coulson. He's just like a pretty generically good card. I don't think Dracula is very good if we're playing Helicarrier. All right, chat. Looks like it's time for our top of the hour ad break as well. I'm going to hit that and run to the restroom. I'll see you in 60 seconds, and when we get back, we're going to play some of this. No, I don't play Magic off stream. I only play fun games off stream. My off stream games lately are Marvel Snap, Genshin Impact, and Witcher 3. And my wife and I recently finished a playthrough. Of It Takes Two, which was really good. 10 out of 10 would recommend It Takes Two. Well, that was probably the best draw in our deck, huh? We get to curve Morbius into Colleen now. I think It Takes Two is on the Switch. My wife and I played on the PS5, but I think it's on the Switch. I think we just Colleen and ditch the swarm, right? So if we M.O.D.O.K here, we're gonna get plus 10 over here, and we're gonna get plus 4 here in the middle.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
And then we get double Spider-Man, then it doesn't matter. All right, you may have one more cube if you can beat me on the left. Sounds good. Fun and interesting gameplay. Hand was good. His edge. Hey, Whiny, thanks for the 2 months. Appreciate the prime. Lizard into the raft is a bold decision. Snap them. I think we're in a pretty good spot here. We should be winning the raft in terms of total points here. And then M.O.D.O.K plus Apocalypse plus our free thing hopefully wins us another location. Oh, we do discard the raft card. I believe in M.O.D.O.K plus Apocalypse. There are gonna be 20 stats somewhere. They'll do it for us. Oh, and they committed Hawk here. That's good for us, I think. That is less good for us. Okay, oof. Shit. Damn it, Wanda. God, that was such a good draw, too. We would have had the actual nuts if this hadn't happened. We would have gotten a M.O.D.O.K, get this back. We would have gotten swarms, too. Freaking Wanda. Oh yeah, they have a raft card. We gotta go. That's a good call.
Escape.
Most of your games are exactly the same. Yeah, hey Mick, so the way Marvel Snap's onboarding process works is everybody gets the same subset of cards for the first 200 levels. 500 levels? Is it 500 levels? I forget when Series 2 ended. Series 1 is 200, Series 2 is 500. So a lot of your games will be a little same-z until you get into Series 3. Yeah, 470-ish is when you get into Series 3 and the card pool expands a little bit. I think we snapped them here. I have Morbius into copy Morbius. It is in fact Morbin time, chat. When they spoke of Morbin time, this is what they meant. It's Forbius, if you will. Yep. I like how we played 2 cards and we still don't have priority. Yeah, I don't know if my body is ready to be Enchantress. Yeah, we actually don't have anything else to discard with, right? I need to draw a Colleen Wing or M.O.D.O.K, which we're 50% to.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Okay. Okie doke. And I want to keep this in my hand because it makes the collector bigger. They are a Zabu deck, so we could be getting Enchantress here. But if the Enchantress goes right, we win. Oh, would we have won with Mystique Wong? Mystique Wong would have done it, right? Yeah, good call, good call. I was thinking I wanted stats over here, but you're right. I should have just made these as big as possible. Yeah. Good shout. Good game, Tortoise. Nah, they're playing the Zabu Hellraider deck, right? Tortoise? Would be my assumption. Plays all those cards.
Wind, aid my hand.
Part of me wants to play this over here. Ugh. Maybe I'll shoot. Orb was going to be huge. I assume we're just dead here.
Escaped.
This is more of a climbing deck or a fun deck? Chat, every deck is a climbing deck if you get good.
Oh, snap.
Do I play chess or poker at all? I'm familiar with both. I do not actively play either. Playing poker optimally is very boring. Chess also involves a lot of memorization, which I find a little bit tedious, if I'm being honest. Memorizing opening lines and stuff. Different responses to different things. Like, one of the reasons why I like card games is the variance element of the games makes it so it's not just a rogue memorization exercise.
I am Iron Man.
Alright, we're no longer winning Nidvalor. Got it. There's a M.O.D.O.K, huh? Let's go Agent Coulson into Colleen Wing. Because then we'll generate a 4-drop, and then we'll discard the 4-drop, and then we can M.O.D.O.K next turn. Can we win here? This would be 9. And this is going to get +5. These are each 9, which is 18. And then +5, 18 plus 24, plus 5 is 29. I could force them to contest here more. Yeah, I don't know, like, playing here forces them to commit one more thing, but it's just like anything, so it's probably not worth it. That's lovely. Yeah, they're definitely Mr. Negative without Mr. Negative. Is what we are currently playing against. Surprise Hela. We have Hela Carrier, Lady Sif, Shauna, and Ronan discarded. Yeah, I think it's Surprise Hela time, chat. Yeah, I'm a little surprised they played Left to Zol there with the Dino. Like they had that kind of locked up. All right, everything came together.
Victory.
I think Negative Surfer will still be strong after nerfs. I didn't like Negative Surfer before the nerfs, and it's probably worse after them. Okay. Coulson dodge, that's nice. Great, well, we're playing for the right over here now. I would expect Surfer in general to still be competitive with the changes. Surfer negative just wasn't very good before the changes, and I don't think it gets better with them. The TLDR. They didn't play Zabu onto Onslaught Citadel. Is interesting. Okay, I believe we're gonna Omega Red the middle, and then we're gonna draw Morbius, and we'll go Morbius. Oh, this got Iceman said. I'm gonna Omega Red the middle though. He's a winner, chat. We're gonna do it, okay? Morbius into M.O.D.Ok's gonna win the middle hard. Then Omega Red's gonna pop off for us. Wongers. Oh, Wongers. I think we've died. We've died. Put on M.O.D.O.K into Apocalypse Man. I don't think that's quite enough. Jumping out.
Escaped.
I'm using negative, Zabu, Surfer, Bass, and have never climbed faster. Yeah, chat. If you put all the fucked up cards into the same deck, you're gonna win plenty of games. I am just telling you, in my opinion, there is a better combination of the fucked up cards that you are playing. So if you take them all and you shake it up and you mix them well, like we're gonna win plenty against people trying to, especially against all of us idiots trying to play M.O.D.O.K currently. Like you are probably, I can only assume if you are playing Zabu and Surfer right now, you are farming starry-eyed children like myself trying to have fun with new cards. More power to you. Enjoy your early infinite. Just call me old McDonald. I think I'm ready to take this deck and spike it into the trash can, chat. I gotta go back to playing the Hela deck. It's been the most interesting and fun of the M.O.D.O.K decks we've played. It's felt okay powerful. It's Electro Ramp deck at its core. Well, we have our Infinite Split Invisible Man for the first time. Looks good, looks good. On a copy of our copy of M.O.D.O.K, so we can get under Invisible Woman with M.O.D.O.K and Hela. They can also draw Electro to get to play a 5-drop into a 6 into a 6, although Giganto's not stellar with Nexus in the center, obviously. Black Cat. Yeah, I guess we'll just drop her mid. We don't have anything else to do this turn, and that way we don't have to risk her coming back at a random spot that's less good. I have yet to play a MODOK deck with Hela Carrier that feels competitive. That doesn't mean they don't exist, but it definitely means I haven't found one. Well, change of plans. Then we're hoping to draw Hulk next turn, or Jubilee. Welcome, Demon Tank.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I bet I cube that Magneto wins. He says before getting Ghost Rider, they discarded Infinite earlier to the Lady Sif, so Ghost Rider could get us here. Won't we lose the Dracula? Not if they put something smaller than 7 in the middle. The card games change over the years, chat. But the card gamers tanking for fucking forever before they make their best possible play in a very obvious manner will forever remain the same. Some things remain the same as the card games change. Rope Nation. It's a good way to put it. Our hand's pretty solid. We need to draw M.O.D.O.K. We have Invisible Woman and Electra and Hela already, so I think we're gonna run it. Gives us an extra draw at M.O.D.O.K, which is nice. Why snap without M.O.D.O.K? Because you're not always gonna have all of the things. A lot of the times when you snap, you are playing to the odds. Unfortunately, it looks like we've snapped into Galactus, which is not ideal. I'm gonna leave.
Escape.
I think our deck is one of many that's pretty close to 0% against Galactus. It is an incredibly polarized gameplay experience. Hey, Colin. Thanks for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. That is exactly correct on how Galactus works. You either counter it and they lose on the spot, or you don't counter it and you lose on the spot. It's very A-B binary gameplay that removes a lot of the interesting decision-making and back and forth that Marvel Snap typically has in my experience. Interesting. Am I doing this? Damn. They basically can't play a card this turn, he says, before he loses to Dark Hawk. Play Black Cat to fill in the right, just in case they have something weird. They could have something like Blue Marvel to it over there. It is also noteworthy that they do have the free 6 drop out of the raft that can steal this game still.
Opponent snapped.
Why not Captain Marvel? Because I want Captain Marvel to have the flexibility to move around. We beat Professor X, right? Because they have like Professor X in the middle, and they play their 6 drop to the left, and then we win right and center. We could Marvel and then Hela to bring back the cat, maybe? I don't know. I kind of just don't want them to have the information that I'm playing Captain Marvel. So Jubilee is somewhere between 3 and 13 points. That is Shang-Chi here. To the people that are saying other plays I had would have won the game, please go back and look at the board state and read all of the cards. Cheating is cheating. It really is. Oof. Jeff the Shark would have won that game. I think we would have lost the tiebreaker, actually, right? All right, we're 1 in 4 or 5 to draw Hela next turn. Do we snap the Magneto draw? Yeah, maybe. So Captain Marvel's our best possible draw. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Appreciate you being here. If we didn't draw Captain Marvel, we would Jubilee and hope for the best, I think.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
think they have mid, lol.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Victory.
And this game's just kind of another example of why this has become my favorite Hela deck over the course of today that I've played. Because, like, Hela was nowhere to be seen, but we just played Electro and then went 5-drop, 6-drop, and another big card, and it won us the game. We've been winning a lot of games without drawing Hela and without drawing M.O.D.O.K just by being an Electro ramp deck. And then obviously, the games where we get to M.O.D.O.K Hela are excellent and we win those as well. But we're not just dead when the big thing doesn't show up. Is the kind of key takeaway I've had. What is the win ratio so far today? So, contrary to what she told you back during undergrad trying to save your feelings, size matters. And the reason why you'll never see me put win rates or cube rates or anything like that on my stream overlay is because my sample size is never large enough to have a statistically significant takeaway from it. So rather than put information on my screen that will cause people to jump to bad conclusions that they shouldn't jump to, I would much rather just chill. There's a very common misconception among people that aren't familiar with data analysis that having small amounts of bad data is better than having no data, and that really couldn't be further from the truth. For people that aren't familiar with my background, if you're new to the channel, in a former life before I was a full-time meme here on Twitch, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level in a range of topics, including statistics. Yeah, solid Magneto. Is this a bot? I can't tell if this is a bot. Jay is probably a bot. Beep, boop, beep, boop. I believe we've lost the center. There are a lot of bots this season. There's always a lot of bots before you hit rank 80. It's like the TLDR. I think we play Captain Marvel to play around Shang-Chi, right? She-Hulk specifically is pretty awkward with Electro. And Infinite is really bad in our games where we're not playing Hela. If you are missing Captain Marvel, this deck becomes a lot higher variance because Captain Marvel's movement at the end of the game mitigates some of Hela's random placement. No, you cannot replace M.O.D.O.K in the M.O.D.O.K deck. You can replace M.O.D.O.K with 10 USD. If you don't have M.O.D.O.K, you need to go play one of the other kind of awkward, inconsistent, high variance Hela decks that people have played in the past.
Opponent snap.
I'm leaving. They probably have their Darkhawk and Subterranea flipped up, so let's bounce. Rock and roll out. Peace. Captain Marvel's actually fun into the rickety bridge. this build of Hela feels like it solves a lot of the problems I have had with other Hela decks in the past. In that it has a backup plan that's reasonable some of the time when you don't draw Hela. And it doesn't have the, oh shit, I discarded my Hela by mistake to my Blade or my Lady Sif, because you're always discarding in full. We could win this game if we draw like Invisible Woman and go M.O.D.O.K Hela, but I'm not paying an extra cube to try and do that. Take that and bounce out. Yes, Captain Marvel moves if she's summoned by Hela after Invisible Woman. Otherwise, she basically wouldn't work in this deck. Probably Deathwave.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. The person who asks, can I ask a question? You should always just ask your question. If the streamer wants to answer it, or they see it, they will read it and they will answer it. Or roast you. Listen, roasting them and answering their question are not mutually exclusive things, okay? We can do both.
Who they dig up this time?
So they had one draw. Damn. It's so sad every time I get random boosters for something, and it's a card that I already have inkified or gold background. It's like, I want boosters for cards that I don't have sweet splits for yet. What are the odds I actually want to play 2 cards out? I think basically 0. Am I snapping? There's 7 cards in my deck, and I've only got 2 shots at the Hela. They're snapping. I'm gonna stay despite their snap, but I could be wrong. That's the part where we get double Spider-Man.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here. Friendly neighborhood Neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Hey, please have a balance patch. I've been so good. I've eaten all my vegetables. Please give me one of your finest balance patches. That's all I want for Christmas, is a balance patch.
Escaped.
Wouldn't it have been better to M.O.D.O.K and Adelaide in case you top deck Hell? I mean, there's no guarantee they have Spider-Man. I know I said it and then it happened, but like it's not a guarantee. Yeah, I would say all I want for Christmas is nerfs, so they're not going to get any balance changes until December. Oof. You only think Double Spider-Man is more toxic than Galactus because it happens to you more frequently.
Escaped.
I think Nick Fury is a fine card to pin in your shop. Sorry, did I say Fury? I'm looking at Fury. I think what's his name is a fine. Oh my god, I forgot. Well, I had intended to go M.O.D.O.K into Nick Fury, but I was talking and clicking, and I forgot that he had gotten hit by Iceman. Ugh. So I should have Nick Fury'd in the middle. Probably doesn't matter because we did the thing and they didn't. Yes, Shuri is a fine pin. And again, if you want my thoughts on Series 4 and 5 cards, I post a monthly tier list update at the start of every month. Yeah, when I was at the end of my Series 4, I had a 2-man my shop for 2.5 days. Bot matches are super common at the start of the new season, and I agree, it's annoying. What about Dino instead of Captain Marvel here? A peak Twitch chat suggestion is recommending I put Devil Dinosaur into my MODOK deck. Stop it. Get some help. Waving here, actually. So we can play a 6-drop next turn. Oh, Wongers. I want to play Captain Marvel in the middle, so we're most likely to have priority here, so I can move Wong next turn if I feel like I need to. And we're dead. Good job. Our deck is definitely very bad against Gambit. We do not put a lot of things into play. Well, Nova Roma doesn't matter. Well, Electro here, grab that extra energy. Hands are going back from whence they came. Sorry, lad. His little rocket booster. Ready to land. All right, so Nick Fury is our best possible draw next turn. Because we can play him over here, get 3 more 6-drops in our hand, and then Hela will bring all of the lads and lasses back into play. All right, Jubilee is a 1 in 3 to hit Nick Fury. In these matchups, it has definitely felt like our deck tends to go over the top of this Morbius Dracula stuff. We make much bigger numbers. Hey, Shaysum. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. How consistent is this deck? So, the explicitly Hela MODOK part of this deck is easily disrupted. The thing I have found myself enjoying about this deck is the fact that the Electro ramp plan gives you something to do. Gives you something to do in the games where you don't do that. Any good Sarah deck? Sarah is one of the handful of cards I have done an ultimate deck guide on. You can find a bunch of great Sarah deck lists for every card pool size on my thing there. I think we're waving. So unfortunately, MODOK got iceboxed. So we need to wave to MODOK here. Shame we can't just Electra him. Yeah, so I don't think Strong Guy is playable in the current metagame. Strong Guy into MODOK is spending 9 resources to get 18 points of power, which is just kind of embarrassing against Silver Surfer and Darkhawk Zabu and Shuri. Like, other things make way bigger numbers for way less energy. Yeah, Strong Guy probably needs a buff. It's too fair of a card. That was the best draw on our deck. Oh no! I won't play any more cards, I promise. Alright, give me a not rock. Nailed it. That qualifies. Alright, are we about to get Cosmo'd? Take my cubes, Cosmo. Are we gonna get arrowed? Arrow or Cosmo is coming for us here, chat. Well, if they arrow us, Captain Marvel might still win the game, huh? Even Cosmo, we might still win it. If they go Cosmo Hawk in the middle, we lose, right? Because my deck has 6 cards in it. 13 power Hawk. Oh, we beat that. Got him a house. Get! That one is no problem, chat. Thanks for the cubes.
Victory.
I think Thanos is an excellent pickup from the token shop if you've watched videos of Thanos and think you would enjoy the gameplay patterns. Thanos provides a very unique gameplay experience and is a fine one to pick up. The Spectrum Thanos deck I featured recently is my favorite variation of it. Thanos is an incredibly unique and fun card. Yeah, we played a bit of the Lockjaw discard deck with M.O.D.O.K. M.O.D.O.K didn't really feel like it made that deck meaningfully better. This has been the most fun and felt the most powerful among the new decks that M.O.D.O.K can potentially enable. We snap, have a free Electro. Oh, probably still did the Galactus. We don't have priority here, unfortunately. Galactus, God bless. Okay. Nick Fury, Hulk, Giganto, and Deck. Oh, I could have played Invisible Woman too. Forgot we didn't have the, what's it called, penalty from Electro? We're dead. I think Galactus is a card that should change based purely on the fact that it generates... Galactus should change for a lot of the same reasons Double Spider-Man needed to change out of Zabu, and that it just creates pretty toxic patterns. And this is the part where everybody tells me the 400 different cards that they think are toxic in Marvel Snap, but there's a difference between a lot of the reactive cards people complain about and proactive cards like Double Spider-Man and Galactus that lock your opponent out of playing the game. Jabrizi, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. Could be worse. I get into trouble if this is like Murder World or Oscorp Tower, but this is going to end up being one of these two locations in 2 turns, so I think I gamble the Invisible Woman here. Yes, when you hear me talk about bots in Marvel Snap, they are official second dinner bots that keep Q times low and add extra cubes into the system. They are not, actually, do I Jubilee? Jubilee sounds great. If I hit exactly Hela, I'm sad with this Jubilee, but anybody other than Hela, this Jubilee is great. Okay, well, Nick Fury, and then we're 1 in 3 to draw Hela next turn, and if we hit her, we just have like an incredible board. Nick Fury could also draw us Hela, has happened a couple of times today.
I still believe in heroes.
There we go. This is M.O.D.O.K. As always, deserves a reminder. Best card in Marvel Snap, and it is not particularly close. Alright, I think I'm done getting beat up playing fun decks today. I have some content for YouTube. I'm gonna play the fucked up cards for the rest of the stream, I think. Since they refuse to give us a balance patch. Snap the moon girl draw. Not drawing a card we can play this turn really sucks. Unfortunate. Well then. Shuri. Yeah, I think we arrow the Space Throne. Then we'll try and figure out what we're doing on the last turn. Hey, Dice Cop, thanks for the 2 months. Welcome back. Joke's on you, mine's bigger. What do I think of the negative bundle being worse value than the Apocalypse bundle? I think if you aren't happy with the contents of a bundle that second dinner releases, you should choose to not buy it. And if you are happy with the contents of a bundle second dinner releases, then you should buy it. A nice amount of boosters. All right, looks like it's time for our top of the hour ad break. I forgot to run it. Let's hit it before it runs automatically. Non-subs, I'll see you in 60 seconds. A bite, thanks for the prime. I think second dinner is very clearly testing the waters with what they can get away with and what they can't in terms of bundle value and pricing. So buying ones you are happy with and not buying ones you are unhappy with is the perfect thing to do as a consumer. Yeah, we were playing Hellcow and MODOK in that list 32, and it's fine. I just don't think that deck was very good to begin with, and a small upgrade for it is just like only okay. And it's always been a pretty bad cube equity deck. You think it's controversial to have an opinion on the bundles? No, I just gave an opinion. I just think, especially the bundles that are gold only, where you can literally collect in-game stuff for free and not spend any money to get them, is like really silly to complain about. Hopefully they don't have lockjaw. I just keep my Widow's Bite. Zabu.
Oh, snap.
I almost said we're the bad guy here, chat, but then our opponent is also playing Zabu, so it turns out there are no good guys in Marvel Snap, just varying degrees of villains. Good guys don't exist. Here's the thing, Restless FC. You bitching on social media about them reducing the value of the bundles doesn't actually do anything. The only thing that matters is how much they actually get bought. So complaining endlessly in my Twitch chat and Reddit and the Discord doesn't matter. Your actions speak way louder than your words. So just shut up and put your money and your clicks or whatever you want to call it where your mouth is, and ignore the ones you don't like and get the ones you do like. Because that's what actually matters at the end of the day. Black gloves, thanks for the quarter of a year. Zabu Shuri Wong. This makes me chuckle when people are like, oh, I found a M.O.D.O.K deck. And it's like a Wong Shuri Zabu deck. It's like, yeah, we found a M.O.D.O.K deck. This is my Zabu, this is my Shuri, this is my Wong. Got me with your Zabu deck. Or with your what's it called deck? All right, they have 2 cards in hand. They're probably only making 1 play this turn, right? Here's a chance this wins the game. They make 1 play. Best card in Marvel Snap. Let's see if she can win us the game. How do you feel about them adding collector's tokens to bundles when they said stuff like not wanting characters to pay for cards or power? Well, the bundles are stuff that you can get for free. They have not put collector's tokens in a single bundle that was cash only, right? Every single bundle that has had collector's tokens in it, you've been able to buy with free in-game currency that you get from playing the game. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong? Have there been collector's tokens in any of the cash-only bundles? There haven't been, right? I'm pretty sure that's correct, but I will take a fact check. Think Shuri is better in this deck than Absorbing Man is? Yeah, probably. The tracker that I'm using is the Untap tracker. You want an easy way to support my content? Grab it using my affiliate link there. I get a little bit of a kickback when you install it using my link. Appreciate everybody that does that. Oh, that's awkward. Are we rock sliding or am I moon girling? Plunder Castle's super annoying. We can't get into there. Yeah, they have double Dracula, but like our Hawks are pretty big, right? I think we go Hawk here, and then we go Mystique into Rock Slide. Oh yeah, maybe I am supposed to just like put the Hawk middle. And maybe that is better. Yeah, and then I'd have, well, this kind of spreads out the power more. I don't know, that could go either way. This is gonna end me up with 19 and 18. I wonder if there's a Shang-Chi deck.
Victory.
They have 5 cards in their hand, chat, so like their Draculas are not gonna be consistent or precise. It's actually just comical how much easier the game feels to play with this deck versus trying to MODOK people. Actually just comical. I forgot to click the button. I mean, I get to double Moon Girl them, right? Or double She-Hulk them still. Just fine. Maybe even this might even be a cute. Okay. That probably wins because of Lamentus. Normally, Scorpion on Bar Sinister is like whatever, but with Lamentus too. Right. This is what ego I refuse to snap. Sorry, chat. We're done. It's actually our second ego of the day. I have Zabu and Moon Girl and Darkhawk and Sunspot. I click the button at the top. Any decent Zabu hands you snap with this deck. Any decent Moon Girl She-Hulk hands you snap with this deck. Looking for a rock slide here. What's the shell of this deck with our Darkhawk? If you look on my YouTube channel, there's a She-Hulk double up deck. There's a non-Darkhawk build. It doesn't play Zabu. It's just it's a Moon Girl. Moon Girl, what's it called deck? I don't want to copy a strong guy, right? You can just play this here. I want to copy a Shuri. Well, if we hadn't snapped before, chat. You know, I kind of want to pass so my She-Hulks are free next turn, right? I might have been right to Aero because they were likely to play the Hela there. They get that off the hub? No. Oh my god, they discarded a beast. Oh my god, they discarded a beast. Come on. Come on, get him, beast. Get him. Damn it. Oh no! Look how big and impressive their deck was! It was so powerful, chat! It would be a damn shame if it just didn't fucking matter and my deck was way better! For what it's worth, chat, if the Zabu nerf is exactly as data mined, I would bet these 12 cards are still very fucked. Just for the sake of my opinion, if the data mined Zabu change is accurate, I think these 12 cards are still very messed up. Obscene Sanity, thank you for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. If you missed the data mined upcoming nerfs video on it here. I mean, that game, Darkhawk wasn't even good that game, chat. That game was all Shuri. That game was all Shuri, chat. Shuri and She-Hulk. Like, Hawk is good, don't get me wrong. But like, this card is real good. Yeah, my management agency's artist, designer, did a really good job with those dots, Sam. I'm gonna put these two in the middle so that way Hawks can play for the left and the right potentially. It feels like you turned on easy mode when you switched to this deck. Yep. Tipsy McStagger with the 10 sub gifts. That's so many and so generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, please step into Aero's office. She would like to have a word with you. The principal is here and she is very mad. Listen, M.O.D.O.K and Hela, we've had enough of your bullshit. Please report to Madame Aero for your punishment. Yes, leave. Get out of my game. Someone gave you the delusion that you could play fun, sweet cards. Let me introduce you to Zabu, Shuri, Aero, and Darkhawk. They are here to bully you and take your cubes. His art. Thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. These people trying to play their new season pass cards. Fun is for players who have hit infinite. Exactly. Look at how pretty the rock is we gave them, chat. We're such a giver.
Is always changing.
Dang it, Bobby. That is a gorgeous Electro. God, the purple sparkles with the infinite border look great. Goobs, thanks for the 2 months. Welcome back. Honestly, I mean, if we're playing their deck, the Electro's probably good for the stuff we're about to draw, right? They drew our Quinjet with the Weird World. Rip. Here, bud. Oh, wait. Huh. If I hold the Widow's Bite, my Darkhawk stays larger. Alright. Sure. Rats. Got me.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah. Do they have a Shang-Chi? They have a Shang-Chi. Oh, I'm getting Galactus. Oh, I'm getting Galactus. I should have realized they were Galactus and played the thing in the middle. My brain is bad. I should have realized they were Galactus. Yeah. Alright. Play your null and take my cubes. These are 2 of the 3 only competitive decks in Marvel Snap until we get a balance patch. Just for what it's worth. There's like 3 viable decks. And that's one of them for that reason right there. It is worth noting that for many people, if you're not getting to Infinite and you're not a higher MMR player, you're not going to run into these decks constantly. What's the third? Something with Silver Surfer. Something with Silver Surfer. I don't know. Don't ask me which Surfer deck is the best. Most of them are good. Okay, so they got all 4 Widow's Bites here because they played a 1 and a 2. Ooh, that. Damn. Well, I mean, I guess they could just only play with their last 3 cards, right? Okay, wait. Now I just play Shuri, and then we move the 2 Widows off, and we put 40 power worth of She-Hulks in the middle, right? My deck has 4 cards in it, so they're obviously a Dark Hawk deck. Their Dark Hawks are 9, so they're going to go to 29. So 42 is higher than that. Lost to the tech card. I think we're supposed to snap this, right? We have Sunspot, Moon Girl, She-Hulk. Oh, and there's an Elysium. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Okie dokie. Oh, they're playing the discard deck. I'm the bad man. Damn it. Damn it, game. Damn it, game. Sag. Sag. Won the coin flip. He spent the first 4 hours of today's stream playing M.O.D.O.K. There will be a M.O.D.O.K highlight on my YouTube channel later today and tomorrow. Maybe later today, definitely tomorrow. I don't know. I might put one up today and tomorrow on the copium that they're going to issue a balance patch. They're going to have actually balance change, then I'll need to re-record. How does M.O.D.O.K feel? M.O.D.O.K feels like it is a solid cut below all of these types of decks that I'm currently playing. A soak 4 here. Okay.
All systems go.
It is the untapped tracker you can check out here, Chaotic. I believe in my queen, chat. They only have 3 cards in their hand. I believe my queen is going to win us the game. Come get my cubes. Sit down and shut the fuck up and get out of my game. You are not playing one of the 3 playable decks. Welcome to Marvel Snap. Enjoy your stay. Imagine trying to play your new season pass card. Imagine trying to play your new season pass card. I'd also like to point out, chat, that if Aero had 0 power, she would have still won that game for us. Aero I don't know how much power she's supposed to have, but it is definitely less than 7 because her ceiling is so high. It's so high. Oh, we lost the coin flip. This is different than playing against Galactus. Yeah, Aero is beautiful, and Galactus is like shoe leather. Okay, so I think we play Mr. Hawk here, and then we'll pass on 5, and then we'll She-Hulk Aero on 6. They have a copy of Aero. That's fine. I'm not playing any cards this turn.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I think it's Aero left She-Hulk, right? I think this is better. Because we know they have an Aero, so this like beats their Aero. This beats Shang-Chi as well, right? Because if they Shang-Chi me, I still have 14 here, and Shang-Chi's only +4, so they need Shang-Chi like plus a cheap 1-drop. And this is a Widow's Bite. Yeah, how much power she has could matter in this game. Good check.
Victory.
Something close to these 12 cards is one of the best decks in Marvel Snap right now, in my opinion. I won't say with certainty that it's definitely these 12 cards, but it's something real close to it. I think I'm just gonna Zabu and wait and see what we draw to copy with Moon Girl. It's a thought process behind Black Widow. It's a disruptive card that makes Dark Hawk bigger.
Parker!
Also, I have a gold background variant of Widow, and it would be a actual crime not to play her. Collins is playing a variation of this archetype as well, and he's rank 114. Yeah, I believe that.
Victory.
I think this deck will still be very good after the nerf. If the data mine Zabu nerf is accurate, I think I'd still play these same 12 cards. I think I'd rather have full gold than full inked.
Breaking
Gold
news.
is technically more exclusive. Falcon! Oh, Chad, I really am the bad guy. I really am the bad guy. The Daily Bugle is actually kind of unfortunate for us here, because it means this Moon Girl is only going to copy Aero Darkhawk. Hard hand size limit of 7 and Moon Girl copies left to right. Black Widow, you play Darkhawk. Doing here? Yeah, I think so.
I am Iron Man.
All right, chat. Stop me if you've heard this one before, but I'm gonna play Aero on the left. This is a bot. This is probably a bot. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, one of these is a Widow's Bite. Are we good? Okay, we're good. We're good.
Victory.
Some form of Silver Surfer is the third deck that's sweaty and good, I think. Some form of Silver Surfer. I don't know which one. Don't make me pick one, but something with Silver Surfer is the third playable deck at the moment. Woo! The Black Widow denied them a Nova Roma draw, champ. Things you love to see. It. One Darkhawk, please. Sure. We might lose this gamble. Damn. I think we leave.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Not drawing a 1-2 or Zabu there. pretty unfortunate. Ooh, if we don't X-Mansion diff them, we're probably dead. All right, I mean, that counts as a diff. We'll pass here, and then we'll go Darkhawk, She-Hulk, Korg.
Opponent snapped.
Can we beat Wave? Maybe? I'm gonna stay. I know, this might be wrong to stay. Full, thanks for the 2 months. Appreciate the Prime. They have Wave. Maybe I'm supposed to play Korg this turn, expecting them to Wave. Is probably a good take. You get beat by Aero here. Oh, am I supposed to Aero? Do I win if we Aero? Do we? So if I would have arrowed, if I would have gone Aero She-Hulk here, they would be at 23, and I would be at 14-24, and we would have won. We would have won Aero She-Hulk left. We would have won Aero She-Hulk middle. We'd have lost Aero She-Hulk middle, chat. I could have Aero She-Hulk left. Aero middle did not win, chat, because their arrow flips up and pulls my She-Hulk. Because remember, I would be down Darkhawk. If I play Aero, I don't have Darkhawk. Wait, no, I had priority, chat. Yes, I revealed first. Oh, I was winning left and right. Okay, yes, okay, so left or center wins. Left or center wins, you're right. Center also wins. Left or center wins. Left also wins, though. Because we would be 24-23. I was so caught up in putting my numbers into play, I should have just played my I win button. It's just so dry. It's just so dry. Their deck is very likely to be the best deck once these Zabu and Surfer nerfs happen. Get ready to get waved on turn 5 a lot. Wave on turn 5 doesn't bother you, I'm MODOKing. Yeah, and then they're gonna arrow your Hela to somewhere you don't want it to be. And you'll care. If I do this, She-Hulk costs me 3 next turn and I can Shuri She-Hulk still. I think I just full soak. Denying them 1 card draw probably doesn't matter. I guess it could deny them 2, kind of. Ooh, are we getting Valked? Nope. All right. Good shit. Weird build. They have to be a Valkyrie deck, right?
Victory.
We'd also Darkhawk, Mystique, She-Hulk. Yeah, that's true. Spread out across all three better.
Oh, snap.
Well, wave doesn't bother us at all. Do I just full soak here? The upside to not full soaking, they have to put a bunch of rocks in their deck. I kind of want to put a bunch of rocks in their deck, right? They have 5 cards, so they'll be 2 out of 7 to draw a blank. World where we lose this. See if we're living in it. They have 6 cards in their deck, so they're worried about a 13 power Darkhawk. Oh! Oof. Close game. Magneto's a good lad. It's a shame. If this had been Darkhawk, they'd lose, right? Because Darkhawk would have been 13, and he would have gotten pulled into here by Magneto, and we'd have been 43.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, the people that said good play, staying in a play where you lose to Darkhawk is not great. Sometimes you get lucky and you win the 25%er, but on average, it is a play that loses you more cubes than it gains you in the long run. This loses to hammer and nothing else, because we lose the center by a little bit and we lose the left by 1. But outside of hammer hammer pass, we win the game here.
Victory. Snap.
I think snapping on the peak tends to be statistically good, but it does bite you sometimes. They get a little diff there. Hey, Pellaman. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. How granular is your Twitch data? Do you see a drop in viewership segments where you're playing decks with keycards being Series 4 and 5? No. On Twitch, people mostly just hang out and watch whatever it is that you're making. Whereas on YouTube, people tend to be very vocal and complain about decks with cards that they don't have access to. Which is just like another reason why I prefer Twitch to YouTube as a platform. I can actually just like play what I want here.
Escape.
They're like soccer. I do not sports at all, no. You can play Black Panther with Wong, but it's a lot more telegraphed. It's probably going to be a retreat angle here.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Okay, I don't know. That might be too little too late. We'll see. The odds this wins the game feels likely. They did just draw a hammer, I guess. The chance this wins the game, I think. Considering we're looking at retreating on turn 3, let's stay for a cube here at a shot, I think. Their negative decks that play Arnim Zola. Yeah, the negative Black Panther deck plays Arnim Zola. That one also on Shuri, though. Are we dead?
Mjolnir, to me.
Opponent wins this if they sequence in the right order.
Victory.
The opponent didn't sequence Valkyrie last because they weren't expecting to have their shit get moved. If they would have played Valkyrie as their last card, we would have been 32-32 here, and they would have won the tiebreaker here and here. That was their game to lose, and they lost it. Alright, this is going to be our last one with this one, and then we'll change decks. I think we're going to keep playing Zabu and Surfer decks while they're still what they are, but even I need variety in my life. So, Aero moves things randomly, but they still flip up in the order that you played them. So the order Aero grabs them is random, but they retain the sequence that you played them out to the board for revealing. Oh, someone said Thanos. We could do some Thanos. There's not been a lot of Silver Surfer today, which is Thanos' bad matchup because of Killmonger. Well, it's mostly been other Zabu decks. Yeah, let's play some Thanos when we get back. This has gotta be a bot, right? Yeah, definitely be boop. Something tells me that Killmongers will appear when you switch, probably. It's just how it be. Definitely a bot. Definitely a bot. All right, we're gonna do some Spectrum Thanos here in a minute. Non-subs, I'll see you in a minute. I need to go fill my water bottle and hit the restroom. Back in 60 seconds. What are the silhouette cards? The silhouette cards are unreleased Marvel Snap cards. Will be coming over the course of the next couple of months. Is this good for us? TVA might be good for us. I'm gonna reserve the option of leaving TVA. When will more cards drop to pull 3? There will be series drops at the end of every month. Get fucked, Mr. Warlock.
Oh, snap. Victory.
Is Master Mold the card I'm most excited for next month? Who are the other ones? It's Nimrod, Master Mold. Oh, I want Kitty Pride might make the Beast Bounce deck good. I'm looking forward to Kitty Pride. This is, I'm playing Zabu on 3 snap, I assume. It's not. Interesting. What you got?
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Our draw is not coming together here.
Mjolnir. To me.
Okay. That's very good for us. Is there ever a world where this wins the game? This puts us up to 4, 7, 13, 17. Gives us 20 over here. Oh, we lose Dazzler in them at all. And they discarded Infinite, always.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Oh, I should have played my second one in here. My brain is bad.
Clear for takeoff.
right, chat. I'm gonna be honest. I'm still not feeling 100% better. And this meta game really just kind of sucks still, and I'm ready for a change. Hopefully we're gonna get balance changes later today or tomorrow. I'm gonna plan to stream long on whatever day we finally get balance changes, so I think I'm gonna call it a day a little bit early today. If you weren't here for the start of the stream, we got some alright MODOK gameplay with some reasonable deck ideas. So keep an eye. I'm going to put one of those up on the YouTube channel later this afternoon. I'm going to eat some lunch, an actual meal, and then I'm going to do some editing. So probably like hour and a half, 2 hours. Expect deck highlight up on the deck highlight channel.